this point of view, but you're a driver, not a passenger in life. And if you're ready, you won't have to try, 'cause you are the universe, and there ain't nothing you can do. If you conceive it, you can achieve it. That's why I believe in you. Yes, I do. You're a winner, so do what you came here for. that. See how I'm tripping now. Cause you can't decide what you really want from me. Why does it have to be like this? I can never tell. Shouting out, cranking up your altercations, getting upset in your desperation, screaming and hollering. How can this love become so paper thin? You're playing so hard to get. You're making me sweat just to hold your attention. I can't give you nothing more if you ain't giving nothing to me. Don't you know that? You make me love you, baby, with a little love. Why does it have to be like this? pai dormia em cama e sua mãe no pisador. Seu pai só dizia assim, venha cá. Sua mãe dizia assim, sem falar. Mulher que fala muito, pede logo seu amor. Deus fez primeiro o homem, a mulher nasceu depois. E é por isso que a mulher trabalha sempre pelos dois. O homem acaba de chegar, tá com fome. A mulher tem que olhar pelo homem e é deitada em pé. Mulher tem que trabalhar. O rico acorda tarde, já começa a resingar. O pobre acorda cedo e já começa a trabalhar. Vou pedir ao meu babalorixá pra fazer uma oração pro Xangô, pra pôr pra trabalhar gente que nunca trabalhou.
gozar con mi morena bajo una higuera, bajo una higuera, ya, ya. Bajo una higuera, ya, ya. Echo la siesta y con mi comadre bajo una higuera, ay, 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 bajo una higuera, con mi morena, ay, cómo va, con mi morena. Ay, 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 por la vereda abajo, ay, 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 por la vereda abajo, ay, ay, ay.
away. It's a distant solar system. Try to phone, but they don't list them. So I asked her for a number all the same. She said, step in my transporter so I can teleport you all around my heavenly body. Oh, this could be a close encounter. I should take him not to flounder. Sends me in a hyperspace when I see her pretty face. She's just a cosmic girl from another galaxy. My heart's in zero gravity. She's from a cosmic world, letting me in ecstasy, transmitting on my frequency. She's cosmic. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, sends me in a hyperspace. When I see her pretty face, she's just a cosmic girl.
Now lately things been kinda crazy, 'cause I don't see you in my world at all. You picked me up when I got lazy. I got it together and my problems seem so small. And I always thought we'd get together. With every time I saw your smile, I never thought about forever. No, no, I just hope and pray somehow that I'd love you for a while. But it seems that I was so off the mark, and I miss you, baby. How I miss you, baby. And I never thought you'd break my heart, but you did it, babe. Why'd you do it, baby? All I want is you. Yeah, yeah. Now I've been asking around to find you. I guess I don't get too much sleep at all, but it's okay because I'm not through. Anything worth having, well, you have to give your all. Sometimes I don't know what to do. Did I hurt you, baby? Did I hurt you, baby? How'd I hurt you, baby? 'Cause I'm so better off with you. Can we fix it, babe? Help me fix it, baby. All I want is you. Yeah. Nowhere near perfection, just loving my affection. So many things to do in my heart. My aim is true. I'm nowhere near perfection, just loving my affection. So many things to do in my heart. My aim is true.
gone, do we have the heart to carry on? Here and now, still somehow, still a friend of mine. Oh, you're still a friend of mine. Still a friend of mine. Oh, still a friend of mine. Still a friend of mine. Oh, you're still a friend of mine. Think of all the times I hurt you and never thought it through. Oh, I treated you so badly, baby. Could such a cruel heart ever be free? I know it happens to us all. Every kind of people fall. When after all is said and done, do we have the heart to carry on? Here and now, still somehow, still a friend of mine. Oh, you're still a friend of mine. Still a friend of mine. Oh, still a friend of mine. Still a friend of mine. Oh, you're still a friend of mine. I know as long as I've got you and we do the things we do, the next time, baby, that our love breaks down, I'll do the best that I can to turn it around.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Homo sapiens, welcome to virtual Camp Mystic at virtual Burning Man. This is day one. We are so excited to have you here. We have an amazing speaker and classical pianist here with us this evening, who is going to first Murray's going to give a talk, and then he's going to give an amazing performance. So he's just getting logged in. We're going to get him set up, and then I will introduce him. So thank you so much. If you're here for transformational talks and fantastic music, you are in the right place. Okay, Murray, and I'm going to make you, in a minute, I'm going to make you the spotlight. Okay, great. And so we are streaming. We are recording. Very cool. And Murray, your mic is off. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm so excited and grateful to have Murray here with us this evening. Murray and I have been talking with us for weeks about how we wanted to contribute to Virtual Burning Man and Camp Mystic. And this talk is on the future of music. Today's been all about the future. We're talking about the future of music. And he's going to play a little samples for you in the first hour. And then the next hour, he's going to give an experiential music performance, which is just out of this world. I had the honor of seeing Murray perform live in person, and it was just a spectacular experience. And he's going to give us something like that this evening. I want you to know he spent hours setting up, getting this just right, so the sound is going to be terrific. And so here's a little bit about Murray. Murray is Murray Hadary is a multidisciplinary artist and tech pioneer, ever pushing boundaries and guided by a strong desire to help people find their purpose. As a composer and pianist, Murray is now focused on his immersive musical experience, Mind Travel, which you will experience at 9 p.m. Pacific tonight. Over the past 5 years, Murray has created over 600 Mind Travel experiences, reaching over 100,000 people live across the globe. Mind Travel brings together Murray's passions for contemporary classical music, visual art, theoretical physics, and wisdom traditions. They are the 4 pillars of an integrated experience that seeks to explore an understanding of the universe at both the visible and hidden levels. Murray is also a certified meditation teacher through the Vedic Center and certified grief counselor through our House Grief Support Center. His live piano to headphone experiences at the temple at Burning Man every year have become a powerful healing and anticipated contribution to the playa. Murray, thank you so much for joining us. Take it away.
Thank you, Robert. It's great to be here with everybody. How's everyone doing? I'm thrilled to be participating and contributing to this Burning Man. And it's just a different Burning Man. And I'm excited to explore something new with each and every one of you. So I'm here at my piano, as you can tell. I usually don't have the kind of luxury of bringing this piano to the playa, so it'll be a treat tonight at right after this talk to get on the piano and share a musical journey with you. But before we did that, I wanted to spend the next hour in conversation, in exploration. And in keeping with the ethos of Burning Man, I've put together some ideas that I think are pretty out there, pretty radical. They bring a lot of different, kind of connecting a lot of different dots. And it's some things I've been thinking about for a long time, and kind of bringing all these pieces together. So in keeping with the theme for today, which is the future, futurism, community, those are the elements that I'm building off of. So I'd like to jump first into the notion of community. So let's go ahead and begin. Okay, I'm just going to get this presentation set up. Great. Okay. There we go. Fantastic. So when we think about community, I think all of us would agree that the elements of religion, race, culture, geography, interest, these are all kind of types of communities or ways that communities organize, these various organizing principles that kind of are at the foundational level of different communities. And we'll go into a lot more detail on some of this. Of course, the interest category is something that can be tremendously vast. Of course, you can build a community around pretty much any interest or hobby or vocation, profession, etc. So these are kind of the big buckets of community as we go into this exploration. Now, if we look at some of the trends of what's actually happening here in this country, in the US, in regards to some of these particular community trends, let's first start with religious affiliation. And this is obviously a real key one because one of the core elements of community in the US is assembling around religion, building a community around religion. And if we look at the current trends, we'll see, as it shows in this graph here, that the number of people that are identifying as religiously affiliated, in particular with Christianity, is declining quite significantly over time. And the number of people that are identifying as religiously unaffiliated, the bottom line, is increasing pretty rapidly. And so this is a very interesting trend, and I think you can agree that if you kind of plot out the trajectory points of these trends, that you'll certainly see a point in which they cross, where there would be a point in time in the future where more people identify as unaffiliated in terms of a religion than people who identify as a specific religion, in particular Christianity in this country. And the estimates are about 20 to 30 years from now, that would be the case. A majority of people in this country would be identifying as unaffiliated. If we continue, there's communities that are built around geographies, of course, where people live, where they grow up, their families, and other reasons like jobs and careers and what keep people in certain geographies. The graph on the right is interesting because while on the one hand, we're seeing communities in religion where they're potentially kind of opening up to new influences. When it comes to geography, we're seeing actually what's interesting is that fewer and fewer people are actually moving from city to city. Now, the graph on the left showing that about 37% of people kind of stay in the same town they grew up in. An additional 20% or so stay in the same state. And then kind of you have other numbers where people are living in 2 states during their lifetime, or 3 states, or 4 states. One of the interesting kind of analyses of this is that the reason why we're not seeing a tremendous growth in the number of people that are moving around actually has to do with the growing population, and in particular, the fact that a lot of our population is getting older. And so most moves are made when people are pretty young. And so as the population ages, we're going to pretty much see this number, not rise that dramatically. So that's an important element. Another element is that there's a lot of families that have 2 career couples. And so it becomes a little bit more difficult to relocate, especially if one of the partners has a very stable position that they don't want to give up. So couples tend to kind of stay in a certain location. And of course, during this current economic downturn, we're also seeing, a decline in migration as well. And we see that. So kind of interesting trend points. Let's continue on to the next slide here. And there we go. And this is interesting, the population trend. So we're seeing in this last decade, for the first time, actually since 2016 to 19, is the first time in decades that the number of people that identify as white in this country, and again, this is defined as identifying as white, non-Latino, or Hispanic, then that number is actually, for the first time, has gone negative. So it's been a very interesting trend over the past decades, as you can see. And if you kind of play this out, then you see on this slide here that the total US population is coming into more of a mix. And if you look at the right side, specifically for people under the age of 16, it is really dramatically shifting. And so what this points to, now, of course, it'll be very interesting to see the 2020 census data when it comes out, because some of this data is more recent with some research studies, but the under age 16 data is back from 2010. So it'd be very interesting to see whether that trend has continued into 2020 or has stalled or reversed. But assuming the trend line continues, then what we're anticipating is, again, in that 20 to 30 year horizon, a majority of the country will actually identify as non-white. So you're looking at a very interesting trend line, right, of combination of a majority of Americans at some pretty near future point identifying as unaffiliated in terms of any religion, and being a much bigger mix of ethnicities and cultures and races. Very, very interesting trends. And I don't think it's, of course, any coincidence, as an aside, that what we're seeing around our country today is clearly a direct consequence of certain segments of the population realizing this, and potentially it creating some fear for certain populations. Again, that's just kind of an aside, but important to kind of see the big picture here. So let's continue. And I think it's important to, look at this through the lens of, entropy. It's, of course, a concept in physics, but when you think of entropy in the kind of physics reference, you can imagine a bunch of, air molecules in the corner of a room, and over time, those air molecules will just want to spread out and diffuse throughout the room. That's just the law of physics. And things go from a certain type of order to a certain type of disorder. And that is just the nature of the universe overall. And so everything from molecules in a little room or in a box to the expansion of, galaxies and the inflationary universe. So we can actually apply that, in this case, metaphorically, to the idea of these population and religious trends, etc., as it follows that type of trend line. Now, when we think about community, assuming that we want to kind of start from scratch here, what would be the kind of organizing principles? What would be the kind of things we want to optimize for? Well, I put a list here together, and by no means is it exhaustive, but I think it does encapsulate a lot of the elements that people do look for in some type of community. So we have love and belonging, we have support, both physical as well as emotional and spiritual. Of course, the notion of ethical and some moral guidance, personal expression, wisdom, self-actualization, really meeting our full potential as human beings. And then the spiritual development of what kind of lies beyond there, an understanding of the kind of universe and the nature of things more deeply. And I think if we look at why people have belonged to communities, or be it geographic based, right? They're looking for support locally with, kind of raising their families, etc. To religious communities, they're looking for ethical and moral guidance, as well as other types of support, of course, love and belonging and connection. So I think you'll find all these elements, are what humanity has attempted to achieve through various experiments in community. So what I'd like to do now is kind of, assuming we just kind of start from scratch, like how can we engineer community in a modern futuristic context? Well, the first is, if we look at, let's first split off the origins of kind of the need for humans to come together for two main purposes. One is the idea of human governance, just kind of understanding that we're social creatures, social beings, and so we must, live together, we thrive and survive together. And so what kind of rules do we need to regulate and govern ourselves as individuals and as collectives, whether it's tribes or whether it's mega cities, and of course countries. And over, centuries and centuries and centuries, we have evolved that process. And today, arguably, of course, we have the Constitution. We have the U.S. Constitution. There are other constitutions and systems, but let's look at the U.S. Constitution. And it is an evolving document, an evolving philosophy, an evolving methodology for human governance of both the individual and society. If we were to look at, for instance, just the Bill of Rights as an example, or the first, or all the amendments, they're really about individual rights and community rights, starting from, of course, the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom to petition the government. We have, of course, controversially, the right to bear arms. We have the Third Amendment, of course, which is, you can't force to quarter soldiers in your home. The government can't force that upon its citizens during times of peace, and it goes on and on and on. And a lot of them are about justice and the judicial system, right? And like a fair and speedy trial, the Sixth Amendment, right? And individual rights to a jury trial in the Seventh Amendment. And it goes on, and really gets very detailed in terms of protecting the rights. But it's important to understand, even as we get to, of course, we have, the right to vote. We have, many other rights, of course, women's suffrage. And what's interesting is that attempts at adjudicating morality, for instance, when it came to alcohol and prohibition, that was pretty much a failed experiment, and we reversed that. And so certainly this is not a perfect system. It's a flawed system, as humans are flawed, but it evolves and it self-corrects. So again, from the human governance side, I think that we can move forward with a healthy cooperative system. Moving on from there, we have tremendous advances, especially in the last 50, 100 years. Advances in psychology and the social sciences, where it's shifted to real research and evidence-based blueprints for living life. And I'll just share one example from Martin Seligman. He is a preeminent pioneer in psychology, particularly positive psychology. And he talks about these notions of living life, so the pleasant life, the engaged life, and the meaningful life. And the pleasant life, as he describes it, is leading a life that really enjoys, appreciates, and is engaged in the material world in a very positive way. Again, this is not necessarily a hedonistic attitude. It's simply enjoying the fruits of life in a positive context, and that we should enjoy those fruits. The engaged life, and again, I'm simplifying a lot of this. Of course, there's a lot of work on this and writings on this and books on this, but just for purposes of this short talk, we'll move through this. The engaged life, and this is where a person really begins to find that purpose, can engage with life in a very direct way through their vocation, through their hobbies, through their pursuits. When we talk about someone being in the zone, being in the flow of life, and the flow and the focus of their activities, we're talking here about leading an engaged life. And you can see that the level of fulfillment is going to be increasing, of course, as we go up this ladder. And then finally, the meaningful life. And the meaningful life is how he describes it, is living a life of service, where you're kind of reflecting back on society and sharing the kinds of things that have fulfilled you in an engaged life, and potentially a pleasant life, in a more meaningful and connected way. And if one were to lead a life like is described, then the level of happiness kind of skyrockets. It's pretty remarkable. So assuming that one of the roles of a community is to really engage its members, to facilitate, to help lead a productive, fulfilling, and happy life, then there are structures for this. There are blueprints for this. And a community could come together and really facilitate this for each other. So again, these structures exist. And if we put the right structures together, both for human governance when it comes to kind of the minimum standard of ethical and moral behavior, right? Again, let's remember that the Constitution, our laws, are the minimal set of standards for behavior, not the aspirational standards, right? So here we're talking about, okay, this is more aspirational. And these are things that can be facilitated by a community with real evidence-based approaches. Now I want to introduce the concept of music, but I want to introduce it in a very different way. So let's start to think of music a little bit differently. Let's think of music as a facilitator, as a container for all different levels of the human condition, okay? And in that way, I think of music as a technology, okay? Why? Because just as a technology helps facilitate us doing certain things in a better, faster, more productive way, so too music can do that with all these aspects of actually living life. If we just look back at Martin Seligman's framework, right? Music is used. We know that we use it in a pleasant life. It's entertainment. We go to concerts, right? It accompanies sports games. I mean, it's something we sing happy birthday. We dance at parties. I mean, we infuse music into our daily and regular activities, the milestones, the celebrations, as well as the sorrows of life, when someone dies or other things that are going on in the human condition. We use music as a facilitation. Of course, when it comes to other areas, there's tremendous possibility. Now, I'm using this picture here of an iceberg because, again, we really want to reframe what we think of as music as something much vaster. And in the same way that I can show you this, this graph of light, and of course, only a small fraction, it's actually about less than 1% of the spectrum of light is actually perceivable by us. Our human eyes, our senses are very limited. So the visible light that we see, right? And of course, we know that white light breaks down to the various components of the rainbow, as you see here, these different frequencies in the spectrum. But all of that is only about 1% or less of what's out there. And so there's really a vast hidden universe available to us. And the same is true for sound. So just like the spectrum of light, there's the spectrum of sound. Again, there's different frequencies of waves, different types of waves. One's electromagnetic, one's mechanical, but still waves nonetheless, frequencies nonetheless. And the audible sound range, again, about from that kind of 16 or 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, is what our ears can pick up. Remarkable, but there's a lot that lies outside of that. So we have kind of just like this infrared light and ultraviolet light, it's the same with sound. The sounds we can't hear because they're either too long or slow or too fast, and the frequencies are too high. And so what does that allow for? Well, let's now talk about music as medicine. And the future of medicine, a large part of it, has what I call music as part of its solution. Again, using music as medicine. Now, in this case, it's not necessarily music we can hear, but it is music nonetheless. Now, in the case of ultrasound, this is actually a brand new breakthrough that has been announced recently, where if you take cancer cells, right? And of course, we know that cancer cells are always kind of mixed in with healthy cells, right? Which is why radiation, chemotherapy, etc., really causes tremendous harm to the body, even though it could save someone. But at the same time as killing the cancer cells, it can also kill the healthy cells. Well, the same with ultrasound. Traditionally, ultrasound would kill both the cancer cells and the healthy cells, and then it just becomes kind of balancing act, and it's never a sure outcome. A new technology has created a very targeted pulsed out ultrasound, and as you can see on the chart on the right, when it is applied, only the cancer cells are essentially vibrated to death and destroyed, but the healthy cells are not destroyed. This is a tremendous breakthrough, and it truly is using frequency, waves, sound, music, albeit music we can't hear, with our ordinary senses, but it is using that same idea. So very powerful. Equally, or if not more powerful, is a brand new announcement. This is some of the most cutting edge work that's being done. It's a company called Neuralink. It is an Elon Musk company. And this company is taking this device that you see kind of the components here on the screen. This is a chip that actually has these little fibers. That's the bottom part, the tail there. And these fibers actually do go in your brain. It is a link between computers, digital, and your brain, which is an electrical device and an electrical technology. And yes, they will be planning to implant this at the top of the skull, directly connected to the brain. The machine on the right is actually the robot that exists today to do that surgery automatically. And they've actually done this, not on humans yet, but they've successfully done this with pigs. Very well taken care of pigs, I might add, from what I understand. They have like veterinarians on staff and everything. Pretty remarkable. But I'm showing you this chart here because they just announced this breakthrough where this pig has had one of these chips, essentially, these Neuralinks in, I think it's I think it's Gertrude, this one, I can't remember, in her brain. And she's had it and been totally fine in terms of behavior and mood and all the signs of a healthy pig for months. And they now have attached sensors on all of the 4 limbs. And they've been able, through reading the brain activity, to actually anticipate, to predict the movement of the limbs. Now, what the remarkable part of that is that the implications are that, say, for a human being that has a severe spine injury, let's say the spine, the nerves are literally severed, and there's no connection, there's no communication between the brain and the limbs. Well, through this technology, various sensors in the brain through this Neuralink can be connected to devices on the limbs and can actually move them automatically with brain thought. And it would be as if it was the person's own limbs. Now, that could be for mechanical limbs or the person's actual limbs that are just not reacting because the nervous system is severed. So people literally could potentially walk again, use paralyzed parts of their bodies again. Pretty remarkable. And the other implications are endless. We can talk about it for hours, but I want to keep moving. But again, I bring this up because this is directly using frequencies and waves in combination with the powerful brain and this technology. This, to me, is music as medicine, because it has to very carefully be scored, if you will, for the exact purpose. There's also, of course, music therapy. And again, in music therapy, we're using the language of emotion to treat emotion. Dance therapy uses music and movement to create somatic healing. And this idea of coherence versus decoherence. So research has shown that if you have a group of people listening to music in the same room, their brainwave states begin to resonate at the same frequencies. Now, it's remarkable that it does that. And there is an implication. The implication of that is that the group starts to feel more cohesive, connected, and in community. Just remarkable. So let's take it now the next step. We're going to go down the rabbit hole a little bit further now. The next step is to consider music as the universe, to really open up what we conceive of music as and apply it to the entire universe as it is. So really looking at the full spectrum of what's available to us. Just remember that kind of light spectrum, some of it that we're able to see, other parts that we're not, right? There's a vast hidden universe. So let's keep that in mind. And let's remember that the entire universe is operating as waves. And this is what de Broglie, the incredible physicist who won the Nobel Prize in 1929. He won this Nobel Prize for this idea that all matter exhibits wave-like properties, right? So stuff made out of particles operates like waves. And this is what we call the wave-particle duality, but it's critical to understand that everything in the universe operates as waves, as frequencies, vibrations. Now, this is happening, of course, on the grandest of scales, and it's also happening on the smallest of scales. So I wanted to kind of show the extremes, right? Because we can understand, like around us, we understand light, we can understand sound, and our microwaves, using microwaves. We go to the doctor, we get X-rays. These are, of course, different frequencies, and we can conceptualize that. But we really should think of it on the edges, pushing the edges, the fringes of experience in the universe. And so if we think about something really big, right? Well, it doesn't get much bigger than gravitational waves. And this is something theorized by Einstein, but not proven till this decade, believe it or not, just this past decade, because of the advances in technology like the LIGO, sophisticated tools and technology to measure these subtle kind of shifts in the fabric of space-time. But we have proven it. And essentially, what you see here, by the way, in this image is two neutron stars, a simulation, two neutron stars kind of spinning around each other in gravitational kind of, attraction. And they're coming together, and they eventually merge, explode, and it shoots out this kind of radiant gravitational energy, which is literally rippling the fabric of space-time. And some of these gravitational waves can ripple out for billions of light years. That's right, billions of light years. And specifically, we can not only measure them, but we measure the frequency so specifically and exactly that physicists can tell us what key they're in, literally what note they're playing on kind of this proverbial piano of the universe. One of them recently, some years ago, was in the key of C. I mean, it's quite remarkable. The universe is singing. The universe is playing some grand symphony. And these are happening in all different directions and undulating and creating this kind of cosmological choreography. It's quite remarkable to think about things in that context. Now, if we go to the really small, and in this case, I'm giving an example of what would be the smallest notion of thinking of kind of the universe's music. Well, you have the notion of the quantum field. Now, here, all particles, essentially what a particle is, a simple way to think about it, is just a kind of a disturbance in a field. And scientists call this the quantum field. And so it's important, of course, to keep in mind that you can't really have a field without a particle and a particle without a field. They really kind of work in symbiosis. But at the smallest levels, there are these undulations in this quantum field. And that is the kind of genesis of life and of matter as we experience it. And again, that is fluctuating constantly, these kind of expanding and collapsing wave functions, as it's called in quantum physics. But let's continue. Just understand that there are incredible wave-like motions and frequencies happening at the smallest level, the quantum level, the subatomic level, the particle level, as well as the massive level, right? The cosmological level, the universal level, right? Like gravitational waves. And there's a lot of other stuff that we're just starting to get a glimpse of an understanding. Only 4% of the universe is known to us, is measurable by us, is experienced by us. That's all the stuff in the universe, not just on Earth, but in every star, in every galaxy, across the universe. That's only amounts to about 4% of kind of stuff out there. And the other, again, we can call it energy, matter. Again, it's different than anything we know of, but about 21% called dark matter, about 75% called dark energy. Physicists are just starting to understand what some of this is. It's a tremendous mystery still. But understand that most of the universe is still veiled from us, is still hidden from us. This is a simulation. This is just kind of a representation of what that could look like if you could put special glasses on to see what the universe actually looks like. The white lights are clusters of galaxies. This is from Stanford University, by the way. Clusters of galaxies. And the rest of this interconnected web and kind of vibrational waveforms you see here are representations of dark energy and dark matter. So quite remarkable if we can really settle into what's potentially out there. Now, why waves? Why are we talking about waves constantly? Aren't there other kind of phenomena out there? Well, turns out that waves are ubiquitous. The spectrum is ubiquitous. It's near infinite because waves, and here if you look at this kind of quick little chart here, you look at different types of waves, right? Kind of sound waves are on the left side, right? They're kind of the movement of air molecules, water waves in the ocean, right? Transverse waves. Of course, we have electromagnetic waves, like light and X-rays and all the things we've been talking about. So a lot of different types of frequencies here and different ways they operate. Some are electromagnetic, some are mechanical, meaning there's actual kind of matter moving, like bumping into each other, right? Like air molecules for sound. Or water molecules for waves, but they have something in common, right? Which is the idea of propagating energy. And that's really the key thing here, that waves are the most efficient way to propagate energy, whether it's mechanical or electromagnetic or you name it. And so, here in this picture, you see this, this woman training with her, fitness ropes. She's, could be at CrossFit or something. And she is transferring energy into these ropes to get her workout. And the ropes, as you see, operate in a wave-like fashion. The energy doesn't just shoot from one end to the other. It makes the rope go up and down. And that is because that is the most efficient way for her energy to move through the rope, to get from one side to the other. It is simply the most efficient way. The molecules literally bump into each other and they kind of roll up and down, and that is how energy moves through material objects in this case. And if we were to look at, this is one of my favorite concepts in the universe, actually. It just gives me such kind of pleasure to think about it. It gives me joy. It gives me real joy. The universe truly is inherently lazy. It wants to do the least amount of work as possible. And this is a technical principle in physics called the principle of least time. Now, the diagram on the right is showing you that if you have kind of a point A and a point B, right, you see there, point A is in the air, imagine, and point B is beneath the water, okay? So imagine there's like an ocean and your point B is beneath the water. Now, if you wanted to send light from point A to point B, well, you would imagine that to send a light from point A to point B, well, a straight line is the fastest way to send anything. So why not send it that way? Well, it turns out that we know that light refracts when it hits water, and the point B will kind of experience the light at a different angle than how A is sending it out. Now, it turns out that there's a reason for that. It turns out that it's faster for the light to travel using the solid line on the right, even though it's angled and longer than the dotted line on the left. And that's because of its propagation through the different elements. And so somehow the light is figuring out that to get from point A to point B, it's going to take this other route to get there faster and more efficiently. Something remarkable. This also applies to the principle of least action. And the principle of least action states that if something's going to get from point A to point B, all the options are evaluated, right? This is the probabilistic wave function, right? Like every possible route is going to be evaluated. And the reason why the really strange routes, and I apologize, the blue might be a little hard to read on the screen, but there's a lot of squiggly routes from kind of, one side to the other. But only the red line is the most direct, and therefore it is the most likely to happen in the real world. So while other options could happen, we don't experience them as happening because the value is too high, right? Meaning the distance is greater, so it's not the least value. So the red line is the least value, therefore it is the most efficient, and therefore it's what the universe chooses. It's quite a remarkable principle, but it is universal, truly universal. So in order to really get deeper now, right, we kind of went through a lot of those elements of building a community, right? Believe it or not, even through all those ideas, right? We went through pretty much all of them. And now we want to get even deeper into what would it take to have a community that is really allowing for deep spiritual and existential exploration and understanding. And I think that, like pretty much all religions in the past, all philosophies of the past, all systems of the past, you can't really tackle that without dealing with the idea of nothing and everything. The idea of nothing and everything. Now, some traditions actually kind of punt it, and they're just like, it's too difficult for the human mind to grasp, so just kind of let it go, and something to even not pursue in that sense. But I'd like to take a different approach here, that it's a kind of a hybrid combination of kind of a surrendering along with a very powerful understanding. So if we go back to the really small and the really big, right? We talked about the quantum field, we talked about the gravitational waves. We're marrying the really large with the really small, right? Now the really large is something pretty close to everything, to the infinite, and the really small would be something pretty infinitesimal and something quite close to nothing. So let's start there. And I'd like to bring back the idea of music as an access point. Now, music operates on this principle of the harmonic series. And hidden in plain sound, meaning hidden within the music itself. If I play the note C, a low C, you're not only hearing C, which we call the fundamental, it's the lowest note being played, but you're hearing waveforms and frequencies above that as well. And in this chart, if you can read music, great. If you can't, you can see a bunch of circles on lines, and those are just different notes. And you have the first note C, you have the second, third, fourth. All those notes and those frequencies are in the note, are in the music. Your ear is hearing them and actually processing them. They're formed literally mathematically by different essentially fractions or divisions of the original frequency. So you see on the left side, you see C is at the top, the full string. Imagine these are strings on a piano or strings on a violin or a cello. And if you pinch it in half, then you would be playing the octave above, the next C, number 2 on the right. If you go down to the third drawing, you see 3 parts or thirds, and that would be the 5th above that, so the G, and so on and so on and so on. So what's happening is that music is actually the amalgamation of a huge number of frequencies combining and conspiring together to create the impact of how we think and process music. Now, how large is that? Well, this next chart is quite fascinating. It turns out that the harmonic series is quite beautiful because it marries the infinitesimally small with the infinite. And here's what I mean by that. If you look at this formula, don't let the numbers the symbols scare you. It's quite simple. On the right side of the equal sign, you see 1 plus a half plus a third. Those are simply those kind of pinchings or shortening of the string, right? First we cut it in half, so that's giving us a half. Then we cut the string in thirds, that's a third. Then we made it a quarter, that's a fourth. And each one was a different frequency or note. Well, the harmonic series continues like that forever. Because no matter how many times you keep dividing, you will never get to the end. 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/6, 1/7, 1/8. The numbers, right, are smaller and smaller, yet the total number of the numbers, meaning the set of numbers, is infinite, right? And keep in mind, infinity is not a number. Infinity is a set of numbers, right? How many numbers? So we can keep on adding to this. And indeed, that's actually what happens. It just keeps going and going. Now, of course, at some point we don't physically hear it because our ears cut off at a certain point, but it keeps on going. So with each pluck of the string, right, is this expression of nothing and the infinite. And that's why music is so powerful as an access point to something large and existential in terms of our understanding of the universe and accessing that. There's another equation that also uses the same idea of marrying together the idea of the really small and the continuously shrinking with the really big and continuously inflating, and that is Euler's equation. Now, we don't have time to really go into this, but I did want to just mention it here if you wanted to research it on your own. But essentially, this comes from the core number E, which is one of the beautiful numbers in the universe, which is essentially the reconciliation, right, of kind of compound interest. That's how it was first discovered, right? In compound interest, you can actually, charge interest on an increasing number of frequencies. Like you can go from charging once a year to every 6 months to monthly, right? You can calculate the interest on shorter and shorter intervals, right? And you end up with a larger and larger a return, right, at the top. And those two, they kind of move in opposite directions, and they both move infinitely in opposite directions. It's pretty remarkable. But what this equation does, which is so beautiful, is that it marries that idea of the really, really infinitely small and the infinitely large with circles through pi. And right, we know that sines and cosines are these properties of circles, right? Waves, right? And frequencies. So it's marrying together two seemingly totally different areas of mathematics, and it's bringing them together and equating them, making them equal. So it's saying that frequencies and the movement of circles and movement around a circle, right, is the equivalent. It has this equivalence and relationship with the infinitesimally small and large dynamic. It's pretty remarkable. Now, we talked a lot about waves and frequencies, and as de Broglie said, the whole universe operates as waves, as frequencies. All matter operates as that. So we can actually deconstruct reality using, in math, physics, what's called the Fourier transform. Now you see the red waveform, that's a complex waveform. It turns out that it's actually made up of many, many more simple waves that add up together, that construct to create the complex waveform. So you see all the individual ones that when you add them up, their peaks and troughs and all their different properties kind of mix and match to create the red line you see. That is something that can be deconstructed. You can actually take any frequency and deconstruct its component parts. You can also do the opposite, which is construct reality. You see here at the top, you see a very simple kind of sine wave. Then you can add a second to it, right? You see the second circle underneath it. So now it's from one circle, creating one wave, to 2 circles interoperating, creating a more complex wave, to 3 circles, to 4 circles. And you see that you get additive and construct, and they create different shapes. And this is the universe in action. This is the universe as music. There's truly no better way to think about it. It's the universe operating as music. Just as you play 2 instruments together and you create a third harmony, it's the same thing. That's exactly what the universe is doing. And this is happening not just at the classical level, the Newtonian level, meaning the level we can experience, but the quantum level as well, right? These Fourier transforms, or these kind of ability to construct and deconstruct these waves, is operating at the smallest level as well. And so we can really think of kind of a particle's momentum, right, as it's sheet music, right? It's really moving through life, through the universe. It's the momentum is the score for how it should move through space. It's pretty beautiful. Now, I have a whole kind of section on quantum mechanics to get deeper into this idea, but I don't think we have the time for it. So I'm going to kind of keep going. Needless to say, there is an idea of, I just want to mention that there is a musician's or a music uncertainty principle, just like there's a quantum uncertainty principle. And it's the same exact analogous idea, just on a classical level, on a level we can experience. And it's simply that, think about an orchestra tuning, right? They hold the note for a long time, because the longer the note is held, then the more accurate it becomes. Just like with the uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics, where you can only, know either the momentum or the position, right? You can't know both. So if you were to play a note very short, you wouldn't know its frequency, and its frequency is related to time in this analogy. But we can go into that a different time, perhaps. So let's now kind of bring it to a close in the next couple of slides. In addition to this deeper understanding of the universe in terms of its existential kind of creation, genesis, of understanding the relationship between nothing and everything that we just did, between understanding the idea of the infinitesimally small and the infinite, there's other kind of wisdom available through music. And one of them is this idea of action and reaction in life. When I play the piano, I'm hitting the note, I'm listening to the note, and then that's triggering my next action. And these are a lot of metaphorical, just beautiful ideas that are available through music. In this particular case, it's kind of like an expression of Newton's third law of motion, if you will, right? Every action creates an equal and opposite reaction. And I think you can find that not just physically in the universe, but behaviorally and kind of psychologically, that there are certain patterns that play out in our lives, right? Based on kind of these principles. And I want to now present kind of a mathematical koan. A koan, by the way, is, in Zen Buddhism, it's kind of this paradoxical riddle or anecdote that's used to demonstrate that, through the inadequacy of logical reasoning, right, you can actually provoke enlightenment. That was the idea of the Zen Buddhist monks. And so these are various koans. Well, I actually created this kind of mathematical koan. It's one of the most beautiful things I like thinking about, and it really does stimulate tremendous breakthroughs. And so you're welcome to use it as well, and I'll take you through it right now real quick. From 0, I'd like you to simply count the next number. From 0, count the next number. Now, you might think in your head, well, 1, 2, well, 1 seems like the next number, but no, we can say there's something in between 0 and 1. Okay, you could be like, okay, there's, 1/2 is between, 0.5 is between 0 and 1. Okay, well, what's between 0 and 0.5? Oh, well, okay, there's 0.25. Okay, what is there between 0 and 0.25? I think you get where I'm going with this. Well, so if you were to actually if I were to ask you to unequivocally state the next number from 0, well, what you'd have to do is the following. 0.00000, and you'd go on and on and on and on forever. because there wouldn't be enough zeros before you placed that little one as the next number. Because there'd always be a zero to add to it. I invite you to truly sit with that, to contemplate that. Now, there are many other ideas that exemplify this, and I prepared a few others, but I think we're running out of time here, so I'll save them for a future date. Needless to say, these are other examples that I've put together where we can show the union of zero, of nothing, and infinity, an infinite set of numbers, which again gives us access, right? What's the point of this? Well, the point is to give us access to what is not intuitive to us, and what certainly we would need to reconcile to have any sense of a deeper connection with the universe that isn't only transactional through time. Oh, this is a good one too. Okay, I won't be able to do it all. Okay, just accept it. You know, as we look to the future, I also look to the past, and Beethoven, of course. Beethoven said that music is the mediator between the spiritual and the sensual life, right? The sensual meaning what we can experience with our senses. And I think he was spot on. And he didn't have all this kind of information and these breakthroughs, but I think he clearly got it. So to bridge that divide, we can turn to the mind. And the mind is kind of like the ultimate example of what we know can give us the access, but yet we can't touch it and hold it. We can certainly touch and hold the brain, we can measure it. But the mind, which represents consciousness, is still, with all the breakthroughs we have, so elusive. And it's through the mind, through its mechanisms, through logic, through reason, through math, through music, that we can gain a profound connection to the universe. As I was preparing this, I'd like to close full circle with a little anecdote. I went on Meetup, and I was kind of looking through kind of examples of communities. And by the way, I kind of mentioned this one not because I am an atheist or anyone should be. It just literally popped up. So I see this atheist online meetup. I'm like, okay, that's a very specific kind of meetup. And then I kept looking around, and I saw this knitting meetup. And I was like, oh, there's just such diversity out there, right? And if we think about, right, this idea of the kind of increasing, diversity, right? Just like with the harmonic series, or just like with Euler's number, right? The one number goes really, really small and wide, right? There's an endless number of niches, right? And then look what I discovered. I mean, I couldn't even make this up. I found a meetup for atheists who knit. This just absolutely delighted me. And it just drove the point home that there is this notion that we will continuously, forever, as we evolve, continue to find expressions of human expression, personal expression, that is infinitely narrow, yet infinitely large, right? Infinitely narrow, yet infinitely large. The number of meetups would theoretically go to infinity, because the narrowness of the specificity would go also to an incredibly infinitely small number. So again, the large meets the small, right? Just incredible. And that's the community that's available. All part of the human community, which is all part of the cosmos. Just profound. The community of stars, of galaxies. So many, and yet all one. Nothing and everything. I hope you enjoyed this talk, and if anyone has any questions, please feel free to share. You can type in a question in the chat, or if you'd like to be unmuted, and you're welcome to do that as well, but you can type in the chat if you like. I really enjoyed sharing that. I hadn't presented all that information in one talk before, but of course, Burning Man is the place to do it. So what we're going to do next is we're going to move right into the music experience. Okay. Oh, Jonathan. Hey, brother. Great to see you. 5 years ago, my first Burning Man, and Jonathan held my hand through it. I was his neighbor, and we had an amazing burn. So great to see you. Much gratitude. Love you, man. Awesome. All right, if you can give us about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that, maybe 5. I'm just going to get a glass of water, and we're going to begin the music. And we'll just kind of reset the chair for the piano stool. And
Murray, before you go, that was just so fantastic. I love what you said about using music to heal us in the future.
Yeah.
That just blew my mind. And that music can ripple out for billions of light years. That really makes me conscious of, when I'm singing in the shower, I really want to send out, high vibration stuff that's going to ripple out into eternity and really affect things in a positive way.
That's right. It's if we start to see everything as music, the world can occur for us in such a profound way, because then the characteristics of music can come to play, like rhythm and harmony and tempo and pulse, right, and melody. I mean, these are incredible attributes of music that are equally valid in our daily lives. And it's honestly not even metaphorical. It's literal in many ways. So I invite you into that organizing principle, into that space. We'll be starting in just a minute. Find a comfortable spot. You're welcome to lie down, sit down, somewhere comfortable, preferably using headphones if you can, so you have a very intimate experience with the music. And somewhere quiet, maybe dim the lights. As few distractions as possible. Welcome everyone. My name is Murray. Some of you know me as Moses from the Playa, and I'm excited to share this mind travel music journey with you. Some of you may remember or have experienced, or not remember, for good reason. You may have experienced going to the temple in beautiful Black Rock City and encountering a piano at the temple, silent, playing to headphones where hundreds of people are taking in the power, the healing power of the temple. Every year, that's my contribution and my gift to the Playa. And this year, like every other year, I offer the same gift. I offer this in the spirit of healing, of connection, of expansion, of radical creativity. So I invite you to settle in, get comfortable, and there's no right or wrong way to experience this. It's just your way. It's going to be a continuous musical journey. I'll be improvising at this piano and just seeing where the music wants to go, seeing where we all want to go. So best to use headphones if you can, or good speakers, so you have a very good, intimate musical experience, good sound. And a quiet spot, maybe close the door if there's others in your house. Dim the lights. And let's go on the journey. We'll begin with a very brief breathing, grounding meditation. When you're ready, close your eyes. Settle in. Just allow the body to relax, working out any energy from the day. Just kind of finding your spot on the couch, in your chair, on the bed, on the floor, on the grass, on the beach, anywhere you are, or anywhere you imagine yourself to be. Go there now. Settling the body, opening the mind. Together, we take a deep breath in and a long exhale. A deep breath in and extending the exhale. One more deep breath in and a long extended exhale. Allowing the weight of your body to drip into the floor, into the ground, wherever you are. And with the first note of the piano I play, imagine placing a leaf into a river. The past, present, and future all there at the river beside you. As the leaf floats down the river, sometimes the river is calm, like life, as the river meanders to the right and left. But sometimes the waters become more turbulent. Sometimes there are obstacles. Sometimes the leaf has to find its way, being tossed about. But ultimately, the leaf continues to move forward, always forward, down the river. Eventually, like all rivers, it comes to merge with the great ocean. Let's meet at that ocean. Allow the music to take you anywhere you need. I'll see you in the music. Stay with your eyes closed. Feeling that openness. Feeling that depth. That profound space of listening. That profound expanse. And as we float along the ocean, whatever has risen up, whatever has risen up to be felt, allow it, feel it, let it go. Creating space for new possibility. Endless possibility. Allowing everything to settle down as we begin to come back to our bodies. Bring some movement in this stillness. Stillness through movement. As the universe is, so are we. Stillness through movement. As the universe is, so are we. Bringing your awareness back to your space, back to the group. Grateful for the journey, for whatever was felt, whatever was experienced, for whatever was unveiled. Thank you for your listening, for your presence, for your being. Thank you. We'll allow the music to continue for the next few minutes.
to allow you to really gracefully emerge. Much love to each and every one of you. We'll see you very soon.
Wow, that was just amazing. Thank you so much, Murray. That was transcendent.
Hey, brother. Thank you. Thank you. What a delight. What a delight. What a journey.
Truly, what a gift. Thank you. You know, I got my Brain Man experience. I can go home now. I don't need to stick around the rest of the week.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. But I love combining, the kind of the right and left brains in that experience. Right, we spent an hour going deep down the rabbit hole of reasoning and analyzing in the mind, and then spent an hour really taking a deep ontological dive, right, into experience, into that state of presence through music. So it's one thing to kind of talk about it, and then it's another thing to experience it.
It was beautiful. I loved it how you opened our minds with talking about how music radiates or ripples through the universe for billions of light years, and then you played some transcendent music that's rippling through our bodies and our minds and our emotions. It's just
It truly is, and it truly does, right? It's like what's happening out there in the universe is exactly the same thing as what's happening inside our minds. It's one and the same, and I think we all get that. So I look forward to sharing our conversation tomorrow. I think we're both on we're in conversation together tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific.
That's right. Tomorrow, 6 p.m. PST. I'm going to be interviewing Murray about mental models of music and kind of a deeper understanding of music. So come join us for that. Thank you so much. Murray, just deep gratitude. Thank you so much, brother. That was beautiful.
Have a great night, everyone. Bye.
And so for those of you who are still on and still awake after Murray's amazing music, today we have an amazing treat for you. We have Ben Goertzel, who is the world's leading expert in artificial intelligence. He's been working in AI for the past 30 years. You can find his interviews all over the internet. He's got millions of views talking about AI and how AI is going to change the future and kind of what we want to be thinking about now as far as how to program AI with compassion so that way the machines are good to us when they get smarter than us. So he's just a genius in this area, and he's going to come and share with us some things that he doesn't ordinarily talk about on his standard interviews. And so we're so delighted and grateful to have you, Ben. And so let's see. Oh, great. So you just unmuted yourself. Do you want to test out your mic here?
Testing 1, 2, infinity.
Fantastic. You sound great, and I'll let you take over.
All right, awesome. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. And yeah, as you just said in the intro, my primary career is artificial intelligence, and in particular, artificial general intelligence, trying to build machines that can really think like people, which has a lot of different dimensions, right? I mean, there's the learning and reasoning algorithms. There's what experiences do you give the AI. There's the distributed infrastructure that you provide to the AI. And I've been working on all these different aspects of artificial general intelligence from a theoretical view and also an experimental empirical view for many decades now. And I've given a lot of talks about AGI. You can find a lot of them on YouTube. I did an interview with Lex Friedman not long ago, which is like 4 hours long, digging into artificial general intelligence. So since this is the Camp Mystic rather than the technical AI gathering, I'm gonna take the liberty to talk about some different stuff which connects with AI and AGI, but also goes a lot further out there. And actually, when I started working on AGI, that was pretty far out there, right? Like when I was doing my PhD work in the 1980s, or before that, when I was a kid in the 1970s, first learning about AI and how to do AI research, you couldn't do research on artificial general intelligence or human level AI, I mean, without being laughed at, right? It wasn't something you talked about in the university seminar room. It was something that you talked about, in the bar after a lot of beer out in the street after smoking some joints, right? It wasn't something serious. Now, of course, AI is big business, and AGI is a recognized pursuit being worked on by large corporations and even known by leaders of large governments. So not that we've achieved general intelligence yet, far from it, but the pursuit of artificial general intelligence is now not considered an insane crackpot delusion, but it's considered a serious, albeit a bit risky and adventurous science and engineering pursuit. And having seen that transition is interesting. It's fascinating. It's amazing in some ways to see something you were working on for so long, like out in the margins, becoming mainstream and more accepted. It also, it gives me some faith that some other wacky things I've been thinking about and working on for a long time, given a little more time, that these could become mainstream and accepted, even not that long from now, like within my own lifetime. I mean, just as AGI has gone from the wilderness to the mainstream, what's going to be next? So I'm gonna talk now for the next half hour or so about some crazier stuff, which I think does connect back into AGI, but in ways that many of my AGI colleagues may not quite be ready to accept. So I'm going to talk about consciousness and the subjective experience of consciousness from a broader perspective than the physicalist reductionist perspective, which is most commonplace in the AI field. And I'm going to also talk a bit about psi phenomena, what are called paranormal phenomena, like ESP, peak ignition, even reincarnation, and the existence of individual minds potentially beyond the physical existence of their bodies in this universe. And these are topics that are very much on the margins of scientific inquiry right now, just as AGI was when I started out in the AGI field. But I think they are ultimately real phenomena that will be brought into the fold of science, although perhaps expanding and changing our understanding of science as they're brought into the fold of science. And I also think they're going to wind up to be relevant to AGI and the singularity. Now, I don't think we need to think about psychic phenomena and consciousness actually to build a human level thinking machine. I think we can just write software code on a distributed network of computers. On the other hand, to understand the minds of these human level AIs that we build, and to understand the transition from human level AGI to artificial superintelligence. Now, that for that we may indeed need some broader thinking and to incorporate some additional threads that are not normally being considered in the AI context. So I'm gonna pause a moment to share my screen here if I can. Let's see.
You should have access as co-host. It should just be down at the bottom.
Yeah. It seems to be working. There we go. All right. Is the screen share working all right?
Yes.
Beautiful. So yeah, let me this presentation, you can see the title. We're looking at consciousness and psi in biological and artificial systems. So we're thinking about human brains, and then we're thinking about AGI system. And Uri physics is a word I made up because metaphysics was already taken with some meanings that weren't exactly what it meant. So Uri is a prefix that means wide, which is how Europe got its name. Europe is the wide land containing a bunch of sub-countries, right? So talking about a wider universe than we're normally concerned with in physics, a universe able to contain consciousness, paranormal phenomena, the mind in general, yet a universe that still may be comprehensible using mathematical, logical, and scientific means. So this slide shows, actually I'm not going to talk about much now. So what I usually talk about is when I'm speechifying to audiences face-to-face or on Zoom or similar more often lately, is concrete efforts to build thinking machines using digital software, right? And I'm working on open source project, OpenCog, and the new generation of that called OpenCog Hyperon, a project called True AGI, which uses OpenCog to control humanoid robots and smart devices. We're working with Hanson Robotics on the Sophia robot and follow-up AGI robots, for example, nursing robots aimed at the medical space, with Singularity Net working on like a decentralized blockchain-based platform for running AIs decentralized across many different machines owned by many different people. So I mean, this is real software being built by teams of great programmers around the world, and it's very cool. It's very deep. I've talked about it a bunch before. Now, the goal of all this is not just to build cool software in the sense of, Microsoft Word or Mathematica or Excel, or even in the sense of, say, AlphaGo. I mean, the goal of all this is to build something that's fully a mind and experiencing, world creating, self creating, socially connecting mind in the same sense that you and I are minds. And of course, there's philosophical and conceptual issues here on which there is no consensus in the scientific or philosophical community. Like, can we type a bunch of computer code, run it on a bunch of machines, and then have those machines actually be a mind? Or is what makes us humans minds, is it fundamentally different than anything that's running in these computer programs? And in a sense, you don't need to solve these conceptual questions to create an AGI. I mean, any more than Picasso had to solve the theory of beauty to paint a beautiful painting, or you need to solve the philosophy of time in order to do experiments involving special relativity and time dilation, right? I mean, we're building stuff and doing stuff all the time involving complex concepts and aspects of the universe that we don't really fully understand and may never fully understand within the limitations of our human brains. But hold on a moment. Brief real life interrupt. Let me continue here. So I'm going to talk about some of these aspects of what is a mind, and how could a digital computer become a mind. I mean, this is wacky stuff, and some folks have advised me not to bother to go into this because I've got enough trouble still, fighting the battles of getting AGI created. But I mean, the same impulse that led me to go into AGI, the same impulse that led a whole long series of other crazy people to think about AGI back to Leibniz, who first thought of the idea of applying logic and probability to the mind, and who had an amazing hairstyle. I'm afraid it was just a wig, but I'm still in awe of it. So, my PhD was in math, and I'm gonna start by talking a little about some math I think can be useful for modeling conscious experience, and then bring that back to physics and to AI and to the subjective aspects of conscious experience. So there's something in math called hypersets, or non-foundational sets, non-foundational recursion. And I think in some ways this can be a good model of conscious experience. So I mean, a non-foundational set is a set that can contain itself as an element. So it's like a bottomless recursion. The thing inside the set is the same as the thing outside the set, right? And I mean, if you've taken certain psychedelics, you may have seen an awful lot of structures of this nature. But there's also some solid math behind it. I mean, you can have a set X containing itself as an element. You can have one set containing an Ezra as an element that contains the first set as an element. And the book The Liar, I recommend, from the 80s, goes over this in a lot of detail. So you can give interesting models of things like consciousness and will and self this way. You can say, well, reflective consciousness is the correlation of reflective consciousness with something else. So it's a recursive definition that doesn't bottom out, right? And you can keep digging the fractal down deeper and deeper and deeper. And this as a physical model runs into interesting issues because quantum theory gives you a minimum size for stuff. But as a mathematical model, it's clear and straightforward. And free will as an experience, again, setting aside traditional physics, free will you could view this way, like free will. An act of free will consists of a recognized causation between an act of free will and some effect. So again, it's recursive. It's a bottomless fractal that never resolves. And the self can be the same way. I mean, recognizing yourself is the correlation between yourself and your perceptions and experiences. So again, it's a recursive self-referential thing. And you can model this using some funky math. I mean, you can look at infinite order probability distribution. So probabilities of probabilities of probabilities of probabilities of probabilities forever and never bottoming out. And there are formal models of computing in these boundless recursive settings, which are called hypercomputation. Now, you couldn't build a hypercomputer in the current physical universe. On the other hand, the current physical universe isn't necessarily the ground truth, right? The current physical universe, as we call it, is a model of some of our experiences, not necessarily a perfect model. So you have some funky computers like the Zeno machine, where each computation it does is done twice as fast as the previous one, so it can do an infinite number of computations in a finite time. And again, there's nice solid math papers about all these things. And if you assume you had a mind that understands these hypercomputable entities, then that mind may find that these bottomless recursions are the simplest way to model itself. And interestingly, like if I have a mind with a hypercomputable oracle in it, so I can see things that are bottomless recursions beyond the normal domain of physics and computing, and if you have a mind with a hypercomputable oracle in it, perhaps we could exchange information. We could even create symbols. Like I could say, like, this pen, represents a certain hypercomputable entity to me, and you might recognize it as such, even though that hypercomputable entity goes beyond any configuration of molecules. And this in the end, I used a pen, but this is like the wordless transmission of the Buddha, who held up a flower to a seeker, and as they communally looked at that flower, they saw something going far beyond the flower, but sharing their shared between their subjective experiences, right? And we can model all this in math using hypercomputability. Now that's all pretty abstract. Let me turn to some very real phenomena that may connect to this in some ways. So there's substantial evidence that things like ESP, precognition, psychokinesis, remote viewing, and so on, that these are real phenomena. And I edited a book on this with Damien Broderick a few years ago, The Evidence for Psi. It's a pretty dry book going over a lot of experimental designs and statistical evidence. But I mean, the reason I helped put the book together was to have something basically to show open-minded people with a science and data-oriented background, to show them that there's some solid data underlying these phenomena, even though there's also a lot of random bullshit being said about them here and there. And another solid book, Extrasensory Perception, you could look up. I mean, there's actually huge scientific literature on this stuff in published journals and so forth, although not commonly recognized. And yeah, I don't have time to go over all the data for that now. I mean, it's annoying, like some experiments succeed, some experiments fail. It's not really much more annoying than like social psychology research or a lot of other domains of research that are much better accepted. But one frustrating thing about psi phenomena is we don't really have a good theory on the science level for how they could happen. I mean, sort of mystical, woo-woo, spooky theories of psi exist, like everything is connected, everything is conscious. Fair enough, but they then explain too much, right? You need a theory that not only explains why these phenomena can happen, but that explains, why they're so limited and why we can't share all our thoughts and why we can't all levitate things around the room at will, right? So, I mean, saying everything is conscious, everything is all one connected mind, the physical world is just a model which has its limits. Can't argue with that, absolutely. But yet, there are particularities to how these phenomena work and how they don't work. And we need to explain those as well, not just say that the phenomena are possible. So Rupert Sheldrake had a concept I think is part of this story, which is morphic resonance. And I read about this in the 80s. I mean, basically what morphic resonance says is patterns have a sort of uncanny tendency to persist and propagate. If a pattern occurs in one place in the universe, that pattern is then more likely to occur somewhere else in the universe. I mean, more likely than you would expect at random chance. And this basic phenomena can be understood to explain some psi phenomena in an interesting way. And I mean, Rupert is an experimentalist. He's done a bunch of experiments on things like, dogs that can tell when their owners are about to come home without any empirical data that is obvious, that would tell the dogs when the people were coming home, or people who get an email or a phone call and they can sense who's calling before they pick it up, and they're right much more often than chance would suggest. So Rupert has been doing experiments and all sorts of phenomena like this and explaining them using the notion of morphic resonance. What I thought was interesting was, among many interesting things about this, the morphic resonance principle is very similar to Lee Smolin's precedence principle in quantum mechanics, where what Smolin said is, well, if you assume the probability of an observation is higher if it's predicted by a simple model of past observations, then, this is basically what morphic resonance says, and he uses this to derive the Schrodinger equation in an alternative to the normal axiomatic derivations of quantum mechanics. But so far, Lee Smolin seems not pleased by the sort of conceptual harmony between his precedence principle and Sheldrake's morphic resonance. Like, quantum physics is weird, but psi phenomena are a step beyond. And while the majority of the world's population actually accepts that psi phenomena exist based on their own experience and the experiences of their friends and families, the idea is still a bit controversial in the physics world. But it's not so far beyond the realm of science now to see how psi phenomena could have a biology and physics explanation, even though we don't have that explanation yet. There's the connection between psi notions like morphic resonance and, say, Smolin's precedence principle. But then if you look at how the brain works, the brain has these neurons all connected to each other, and there's protein molecules that are doing the work, say, of transmitting the electricity from one neuron to another through a chemical synaptic junction. Now, protein molecules in the brain and elsewhere are often in critical states. They may well often be in states of quantum coherence, or sort of partial or weak quantum coherence. And so if the protein molecules that are helping transmit charge from one neuron to another are in a state of weak quantum coherence, that could be a way that weird stuff like Smolin's precedence principle, which gives an avenue for psi phenomena to pop up in quantum mechanics, to actually impact how the brain works. And there's a bunch of solid papers looking at how quantum dynamics may affect proteins in critical states. But then if you have, say, 5,000 proteins in the brain acting in a coordinated way, they can make a neuron fire. So you see a route where, okay, some variation on vanilla quantum mechanics, similar to precedence principles / morphic resonance, is causing 5,000 critical state protein molecules to behave in a coordinated way, which makes a neuron fire. And that causes a cascade of activity that puts the brain in a different state. All of a sudden, you can see how, funky, tweaked quantum mechanics, which enables psi phenomena, could be impacting the brain. And there's also water megamolecules in the brain. There's a lot we don't understand about the state of water in the brain and body. And the water megamolecules in the brain, which are just there in between the neurons in glia, but mediating, for example, the extracellular transmission of charge through the brain, these water megamolecules could be in a state of weak quantum coherence. We don't have a good way to measure this stuff now. And there's a lot that's not known about nuclear quantum effects in water. We know there's some weird quantum effects in the brain. Birds used wet quantum coherence for navigation, but we don't know the extent of it. Now, quantum effects in the brain themselves are not well documented beyond a few peculiar cases. Also, I'm not convinced vanilla quantum mechanics can explain psi phenomena, but maybe you tweak quantum mechanics a little bit along the lines of the precedence principle to explain psi phenomena, and then that tweak quantum mechanics connects with neurodynamics to explain psi. There's a very cool paper by Matthew Fisher arguing that phosphate atoms in the brain their spins may be quantum non-locally coupled throughout the brain, giving a potential route to quantum cognition through phosphorylation operations on the proteins involved in neural function. He's now got some funding to explore that one empirically. So yeah, if I weren't occupied more than full time with building AGI, one thing I might be interested in doing is, animal studies on psychic power, like stick a bunch of wires in the brains of animals, try to put them in situations where they'll do precognition and try to figure out like what's the quantum biology peculiarities happening inside the brain of an animal when it does something psychic. So yeah, here's a cool paper by Fernando Alvarez on precognition with planarian worms. Like you have a bunch of planarian worms in a little tray and they start wiggling around a lot right before they're randomly electrically shocked. But how can they know they're going to be randomly electrically shocked? It's precognition. Now the subtlety with this paper is they have a hard time telling if the planarians are psychic or if it's an experimenter effect, and the experimenter themselves is able to psychically tell when the planarians are going to get a random shock. And again, this is a subtle empirical and information theoretic question, how to tell psi on the part of the experimenter running the experiment from psi on the part of the experimental subject, be it a human or animal. But I think, with some care, we can work through all these things. I mean, and we can perhaps even work through the yet more complex and confusing phenomena like reincarnation, near-death experiences, all this stuff. The book Surviving Death by Leslie Kean, I'd strongly recommend, just in a very matter-of-fact way, going through data and experiences indicating, not necessarily that the stories of reincarnation or life after death from traditional religions are correct. In fact, I'm almost sure none of those stories are really correct, but that the phenomena that these religious stories are trying to explain, these phenomena are real. Like people's individual minds, have some existence and some impact on the world at points in time when their body is dead, right? And so that's very interesting. Exactly what it means or how it works, I don't know, and I'm not convinced anyone else knows. But I don't think we should just brush away huge amounts of data because we don't have a good theory. So yeah, that I wrote a review of Leslie Kean's book Surviving Death in the Journal of Scientific Exploration. It's shorter than the book if you want to just dip in. But no, so here's where things get a little crazy. Like suppose there is some broader universe in which our individual minds are still out there sort of imprinted and doing something, even at points in time when our bodies are dead. Then is that a technology that we can master? I mean, can we build reincarnation machines? Can we figure out how to suck the mind imprint of people who are now dead out of this broader universe? I mean, it seems insane, but on the other hand, flying into outer space seemed insane to people a thousand years ago. And I remember 20 years ago, many austere, august scientists told me that face recognition was too hard for computers to do, and now it's like in a camera on every street corner in Shenzhen. So we're in a generation when the strange and wacky becomes the commoditized remarkably rapidly. And the conceptual and mathematical picture I've been using to think about all this stuff is what I call the Eurocosm, like a wider world of which our physical world is a subset. And everyone knows now string theory in modern physics looks at our four-dimensional space-time continuum as being embedded in, say, an 11 or 26-dimensional universe. In modern physics, these 11 or 26-dimensional universes, I mean, they may be rolled up in very little tubes, and they're just viewed as enacting some complex differential equations. What I'm saying is maybe we want to view this higher dimensional containing space as being in some ways mind-like rather than just reductionistically physics-like. And yeah, if you look up Uri physics online, you can find stuff I've written about this. It's an unusual word, so just Google the word is good enough. And of course, this sort of idea for modeling psi is pretty old, and for an obvious reason, right? Like if we want to talk about, say, ESP between me and some other guy, well, me and the other guy may be 10,000 miles away in this four-dimensional space-time continuum. But if you view the 4D space-time continuum of the physical universe as being embedded in some higher dimensional space, I mean, then you could say, well, maybe me and that other guy are right next to each other in that higher dimensional space, right? I mean, just like two points that are quite distant on a two-dimensional piece of paper. They may be far away in the two-dimensional piece of paper, but they're right next to each other in three dimensions when you fold up the piece of paper. So, I mean, higher dimensional models of psi go way back, but again, you need a good model that doesn't explain too much, that explains the limitations of these phenomena, as well as the miraculous aspects of them. So, one interesting perspective is if we view the physical universe as Turing computational, which it seems to be according to the known equations of, quantum mechanics, the standard model of general relativity, physical universe may be Turing computable in the sense of standard digital computers today, but maybe the Eurocosm, the wider world containing the physical universe, is hyper computational and can do computing that looks like it would require infinite power from the perspective of this universe. And that starts to seem like a god in a sense. I mean, a hypercomputer could do in an instant what would take us infinitely long. But to call it a god is a bit misleading in that traditional religions view this infinite power as being anthropomorphized. I mean, they view gods as having personalities and motives and emotions and goals and so forth. And that's not necessarily warranted. I mean, it could be. The evidence seems not strong at the moment. What we're talking about here is just a wider world that has a capability for processing information and creating pattern, which is infinite relative to what's possible in the physical universe as currently known. And then you can ask, is morphic resonance, as Sheldrake has identified, part of the dynamic of the Eurocosm outside this physical universe? Like our patterns or entities or minds outside this physical universe in the Eurocosm, do they have the property that, once they develop some pattern along some timeline, other related patterns are more likely to occur along that timeline? Where, of course, timelines in this Eurocosmic perspective, timelines can be viewed as just another kind of pattern, right? And so it becomes quite subtle. Reincarnation, survival after death type phenomena. There may be interactions between the spatiotemporally restricted patterns constituting an individual and the Eurocosmic patterns constituting an individual that live in this higher dimensional realm, not tied to this physical universe. And I mean, if you have morphic resonance between patterns in the physical world and patterns in the wider higher dimensional Eurocosm, that morphic resonance could give symbolism actual power, as Jung and then all the shamanic traditions had posited. I mean, there can be causal power and synchronistic power associated with symbols in a way that pure physics does not explain, right? And there's all sorts of funky common symbolic patterns you can look at between the I Ching and DNA. And I mean, you can find logical explanations and coincidental explanations for these things. And you can also look at from a morphic resonance point of view, like, well, once a pattern occurs one place, it's more likely to pop up some other place. And the pattern itself has some synchronistic force because of morphic resonance in the higher dimensional containing universe, right? And there are certain mathematical structures that pop up all over our physical and mental universe with uncanny regularity. I mean, the division algebras, octonions, quaternions are one example, albeit only recognizable to mathematicians. But these math structures underlie the geometric forms that we see on psychedelics, as well as underlying fundamental equations of physics and the brain, as Henry Markram showed, that algebraic topological structures of this nature are present in neural connectivity. Now you can look at the arising of these same mathematical and geometric structures in physics, in psychedelics, and in the brain as you can look at that from a reductionist point of view, and you can make a story there. On the other hand, you can also look at it from a morphic resonance point of view and say, once the pattern pops up one place in the universe, the mind-like nature of the broader Eurocosm is making it more likely to occur in different places in our universe, right? And that maybe that when we meditate or trip and get into more of a non-dual state of consciousness, I mean, maybe we are morphically resonating more so with the Eurocosm beyond this four-dimensional space-time continuum, which is a different way of looking at the so-called hard problem of consciousness, which is like how is our conscious experience connected to stuff happening in our brain? Because you can look at, there's nonlinear feedback loops and dynamics occurring in the brain, and then there's these paradoxical non-foundational loops of sets containing themselves as elements that correspond to conscious experience in the Eurocosmic pattern space beyond our space-time continuum, and sort of resonance between the nonlinear dynamical loops in the brain and the reflective, recurrent consciousness patterns in the Eurocosm. This is one thing that can give conscious experience its peculiar characteristics. So I'm gonna wrap this up shortly, so we have time for a few questions. I think this goofy picture summarizes some aspects of what I'm talking about. There can be a broader world beyond our physical world, and you can have sort of synchronistic pattern connections between the broader world, the Eurocosm, and the physical world, and these can have causal impact and synchronistic impact in our physical world. Now let me see if I can kill the screen sharing. Stop sharing. So, final thing I want to say before having a couple questions. So, most people who share these sort of wacky points of view on what is consciousness and what is the mind, and who think that the mind isn't only physical and there are broader aspects to experience, and the psi phenomena in the quantum brain may be part of our experience. Most people who share these crazy ideas don't think you can build an artificial general intelligence by programming a digital computer. They think you'll need a quantum computer or a bunch of neurons in a vat, or you'll need to do some mystical incantation over your computer to get it to be intelligent or something. Now my view is more like there is magic there, but it's sort of comes for free. So I think if you program the right structures in your digital computer network, then the patterns and structures in your digital computer program, these they automatically morphically resonate with stuff in the Eurocosm and the broader universe. Like, it's not that I think the conscious experience is there in the computer program any more than I think my conscious experience is in the, you know, the gook and slime inside my head. I think that the patterns of electrical and chemical flow in the brain and the patterns of electrical flow in the computer RAM and processor, I think these patterns connect with and inspire and synchronize with consciousness that exists beyond the physical world. So this is a perspective that seems to annoy and alienate almost everybody, which is what makes me feel like it has some chance of being correct, because it's too crazy. It's too crazy for the typical AI people and scientists, but yet it gives too much power to engineering for most of the people who are into mystical stuff. And that, however, yeah, that's how I'm thinking about it. And I think that, as weird as it sounds, a lot of the stuff is going to be necessary to think about, like in between artificial general intelligence and artificial superintelligence. Like, the singularity isn't just going to be faster smartphones for everyone and immortality pills and, you know, a pain-killing switch on your head. The singularity is going to open up whole new ways of experiencing ourselves in the world and whole new domains of being, and it's going to make our current universe seem as limited as we now think the universe of a cockroach is, or something. So we're going to see our minds open like so fucking wide that right now we cannot begin to conceive what we're going to be experiencing once the singularity hits. And what I've talked about now, obviously, is just barely scratching the surface.
Fabulous, Ben. This is just amazing stuff. I'd love to ask you a few questions. You just finished on the singularity about how our brains are going to be so big relative to our experience. Our consciousness is going to be so big relative to what it is now. It's going to be like a cockroach versus a human. What could we be doing to prepare for the singularity? My thought is I want to be as healthy as possible, so that way, if, like, you know, my brain gets merged with technology, or my my body is working pretty well. So I'm thinking like stem cells. I'm thinking, you know, intermittent fasting to, like, you know, keep my body young.
The truth is, we don't know. Like, we might not have to do anything, because if you get a reincarnation machine, it doesn't matter. The post-singularity super AI can just bring you all back anyway, right? But we really don't know. And if you want to be a little bit conservative, then yeah, keeping alive would be one useful thing to do, right? I mean, the odds of participating in the singularity, based on what we know now, are a bit higher if we are alive at that time, and not with profound neural degeneration or anything. So yeah, certainly a healthy diet, exercise, intermittent fasting, and optimistic attitude. I mean, all these things increase your odds of survival. And I mean, I didn't talk about it here, but I've done a lot of work on applying AI to longevity therapy and to try to analyze, like, genomic and proteomic data to make new therapies that can prolong life, right? And I mean, I think in the big picture, of course, none of us individually matter. Like, it's a collective cultural mind of humanity that really matters. So I mean, if I'm dead before the singularity happens, I mean, the singularity doesn't care, and it's all going to unfold anyway. But I mean, nonetheless, in my trivial little individual way, I would rather survive to experience it, right? I think the important thing really is to do what we can to bias the course of development toward a more positive technological and consciousness singularity. I mean, it is almost inevitable by now that we're going to create some massively superhuman mind, which goes far beyond humanity in capability and intelligence and experience. But
that's scary for a lot of people. I mean, when you said,
yeah, it could happen in a lot of ways, right? Like it could happen in a way that almost everyone is happy all throughout, or it could happen by, for example, killing off all humans and replacing them by superhuman super beings. And in the long run, you could argue it doesn't really matter. Like, how much do we care now about, how tough was the transition from hunter-gatherer life to agricultural civilization in human history, right? Like, how hard was that on the hunter-gatherers? How many of them died? How many of them were depressed? Or how many of them had a good time through the transition from hunter-gatherer to agrarian life? Like, we pretty much don't give a fuck at this point, right? But at the time, if you're a hunter-gatherer, you care a lot how that transition is for you and your family. But of course, now, 10,000 years later, it's irrelevant to us, right? So I think, the future is extremely optimistic for mind and life in general. It's going to flourish and explode amazingly beyond its current limits. The smoothness of the transition may not matter in the cosmic picture, but it matters to us. And it's also something we can probably guide. I mean, I think if there's an attitude of love and cooperation and positivity on the planet, we're much more likely to steer the singularity toward a smooth transition from the human to the transhuman era. And if we have, stupidity, closed-mindedness, strife, bad mental energy, we're much more likely to see a rocky and insane and unpleasant transition with, death, destruction, warfare, and psychic pain. And if you look at the world right now, I mean, you can make your own inference about which path is more likely. I don't think it's determined, but
yeah. So how do we make sure that the machines don't kill us? Like, should I be thanking Siri when Siri says your destination's ahead? Should I be like, thank you, Siri. Or should I be clipping these, these news clippings of, a human building a shell for a tortoise who got burned in a fire to show compassion for animals?
You shouldn't be worried about Siri killing you. You should be worried about some human asshole using machines to kill you. Right? I mean, because that's palpable, right? I mean, that's right now. Big companies are taking everyone's data and they're using it in part to program everyone's mind through mass media, and part of what they're programming people for is to elect a bunch of fascists in charge of major nations who are then locking kids in cages, right? So I mean,
do you mean to tell me these people running for office aren't the most competent, loving, amazing people that we could put up for the human race?
I mean, maybe they have 5 times the IQ of you and me, and they're playing a very subtle con game. But I'm betting against it at the moment, right? Yeah. I mean, they could be reptilians too. There's a lot of possibilities. But yeah, I mean, if you look at how information and resources are organized on the planet now, it's worrisome when, take the point of view, okay, there's this intelligent species on Earth building technologies, and we're, say, 1 to 5 decades from creating machines that are massively more intelligent than we are, with either amazing positive or amazing destructive potential for us. You would think we would be approaching the problem in some rational and coordinated way and thinking like, well, how can we do this in a way that will benefit everyone the best while minimizing the risks? But instead, most AI development is oriented either toward selling people stuff, killing people, or shafting them from their money through financial prediction. And the fundamental research on AI is done around the margins of selling, killing, spying, and gambling, right? So this is it is not the most obvious recipe for a broadly beneficial and compassionate singularity.
So because the AI now is focused on the stock market, is focused on selling stuff, and is focused on war, if the future AI is based on this might not be a good way to start the AI
One would
system.
think so. I mean, of course, rotten parents can sometimes give birth to amazing, wonderful kids, right? So you don't have
Yeah.
you don't have a guarantee of a bad outcome in that context, but we seem to be biasing the mind of our baby global AI brain in a highly unwise way, right? I mean, and you could do otherwise. You could be breeding the early stage AIs to do things like, elder care, child care, medical research, to distribute food and medicine in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, we could be using AI in quite other ways. And I mean, this stuff gets even scarier if you believe some of this morphic resonance and psi type stuff that I was talking about a few minutes ago, right? Because then we're projecting these highly negative archetypes of mind states and social relational patterns, and we're imprinting them upon the minds of the AGIs that we are working toward. And I mean,
Oh no.
compassion and positive energy on the planet right now, but the way the tech industry and our socioeconomic structures are organized, like that amazing positive loving energy on the planet is not primarily what's guiding the development of AI and other advanced technologies, right? And that's sort of a structure of society type
Yeah,
issue. And even like Burning Man, the Burning Man festival, right? I mean, you have a lot of people from Silicon Valley go to Burning Man and drop acid and party and love and have a good time, and then go back the rest of the year coding AI that is programming people's brains for mindless consumerism and for getting Trump elected, right? So I mean, individual people aren't all good or all bad. I mean, almost none of us are. But it seems like at the moment, the loving, beneficial parts of individual and collective human psyche are not that well connected to the parts of individual and collective psyche that are building the AIs that are going to turn into AGIs, right? And that's a problem. I've been trying to solve that problem, but I'm one guy. My hope is that as a younger generation moves into the AI space, there'll be more and more people who understand the critical value of bringing.
Can you share a little bit about your project without name dropping? Because you believe that blockchain and making AI accessible for everyone is going to keep it accessible for everyone and good and bring good to the world rather than letting a few large companies and countries control it. You want it to be a general good of the world. Can you talk a little bit about your blockchain project?
Decentralized technology, blockchain is one useful tool there, right? Because that lets you make a decentralized network of computers, realizing, for example, an AGI system or another complex AI system, which is not owned or controlled by any one party, which means, if the cops or the army wants to shut you down, they can't, because it lives everywhere, like Linux or BitTorrent, right? So that's certainly one key aspect to it. But of course, that can't really do its job if 99% of AI PhDs are working for 10 large oppressive companies that are operating in close coordination with national surveillance agencies, right? So the software infrastructure for decentralized control is important, but the culture of the human networks using the software is probably even more important.
And so if people are interested in learning about how to support blockchain, AI, and that sort of thing, what can someone do? Where could they go to learn more about helping make AI more of a communal good of the world?
Well, I mean, that's that is hard to say without breaking your rule against name dropping. So I'll just say go to singularitynet.io and you can sign up for a newsletter. There's a bunch of blog posts there. But actually, my name is unusual. There's not that many Ben Goertzels in the world. So if you just search Ben Goertzel on YouTube, you will find a large number of videos of me talking about AI, AGI, decentralization, life extension, and all kinds of good stuff.
Terrific. You mentioned psychedelics, and you mentioned psychedelics and its link to science, and kind of like people in a psychedelic state will say they see sacred geometry, right? They'll look at a cloud, and the cloud will pixelate into like triangles or hexagons or something cool like that. And you said this is related to something else in science. I didn't quite understand.
Those same geometric structures are key in physics. I mean, the geometric structures are implicit in the equations of fundamental physics, and I mean, of course, they're also there in the algebraic geometry structure in the human brain. So these algebra structures are popping up everywhere, and when we make abstract math models of how language and thinking work, you see forms of these same structures that one perceives visually when in psychedelic experiences. Yeah, those of us working with AGI have thought a lot about what will the psychedelic experiences of AGIs be, right? That's going to be quite interesting to have a digital mind with a very different cognitive architecture, trip out based on us figuring out how to make psychedelics for its own mind implementation, and then compare notes, right? Like, or what would it be like to share a trip with the AGI? Like often on psychedelics, you get a feeling of like second person experience, right? Like you and the minds of other people are kind of fusing into one shared experience. And I think it'll be interesting to measure that with brain computer interfacing, when you can connect one person's brain to another, and then even a third person, they can watch the sharing of experience between two people. But what if AGIs and intelligent robots get into the picture, right? I mean, can you really get that shared space of common consciousness with the AGI, and then what would it feel like? And could you measure that with instrumentation in human brains and inside the AGI? And that could be something that also teaches you something about psi and paranormal phenomena, right? Because there's a connection between shared psychedelic states and psi phenomena, which is often reported and experienced, but has been hard to study for a combination of reasons.
Yeah, I remember there was a time where I was in an enhanced state and I thought a really negative something, and then a waiter dropped a tray of dishes like a second later. And I thought, did I cause that, or did I premonition that, or was that just a random thing? But that really struck me as like, wow, that was fascinating that those two.
Yeah, I mean, so that happens, and that's these are part of these types of phenomena are part of every shamanic tradition, and they've been hard to study, both because like tripping people to follow experimental protocols is almost a non-starter, apart from legal aspects of those studies, right? On the other hand, if you have an AGI and you could get the AGI to participate in, psychedelic states and paranormal phenomena, I mean, you could instrument and study the AGI in ways you can't do with human beings, right? Because the human brain is annoying to stick a bunch of wires into, but it's much easier to monitor the state of an engineered mind. So it may be like, if you can create psychic tripping AGIs, then like studying their brains might lead us to a real science of these phenomena.
Now, what can we conclude? Because the shapes that people see during a psychedelic journey, that those shapes are part of physics. What can we conclude about that? Can we say, therefore, psychedelics are part of nature, therefore psychedelics are an enhanced state?
We don't have I would say we don't have a solid conclusion from that, right? And by the way, if people don't know the website Quelia Computing, there's amazing images and theoretical papers on this sacred geometry that people experience on psychedelics. Because you could approach this in a purely reductionist way, and I mean you can look at the patterns of excitation in cortical sheets in the brain, and you could look at it in a purely reductionist way that, well, this is just the mathematical pattern in a cortical sheet resembles the mathematical pattern in a lattice of particles, and I mean that's it's not necessarily mystical that the same math would pop up in different places, or there could be a funkier explanation, right? I mean, it could be that these sacred geometric patterns are sort of patterns in the mind space outside the universe, which are sort of synchronizing on different levels in our universe in a way that isn't just sort of a reductionist commonality of the pattern emerging in different substrates. And I would say, you know, my heart and intuition gravitate toward the spookier explanation, but I mean we don't. It's a research question, right? And it's an interesting research question.
What do you think about the shared mind? So calculus was discovered, if I'm correct, by two different people at the same time, right? So it was Newton, and I think it was some Arab, I think he was Muslim, discovered at the same time, independent of each other. And then like pyramid structures were built around the world, independent of each other, without contact. Very similar structures were built. Like, is the thought
this is exact? I mean, I think the common discovery of calculus by Newton and Leibniz is that's not that spooky, because math was sort of at the right level for it. But there's a lot of freaky examples of synchronistic development, right? And these are among the many things that led Sheldrake to come up with the morphic resonance concept, that once a pattern starts occurring somewhere in the universe, it's more likely to occur somewhere else in the universe. And I mean, these historical examples, you could always come up with a lot of different explanations. But I think you can study this in the laboratory also. And yeah, Rupert Sheldrake came up with some quite interesting ways to study it. I mean, like if you experiment, we'll say a Bose-Einstein condensate, which is a complex like physical brew that exists only at a very, very cold temperature, say below the background radiation temperature of the universe, right? So if you create these physical brews that exist at such a cold level, it's probably never existed in the universe before, then you could try to make the same brew again and see if the chemical reactions happen faster. Because then you're doing something that, according to physics, you did it for the first time ever. And then you can test what happens when you do it for the second time ever and the third time ever. And yeah, no one has done those experiments yet, but there are ways to bring this notion of morphic resonance within the domain of experimental science that would be plausible to do right now, and which is super interesting. Now, I don't think we need this weird shit to create AGI, but if you have it, you know, you may be able to rapidly progress towards super intelligence, right? I mean, even if the first AGI is on a digital computer network, if you have some funky like femtocomputer network leveraging, you know, the modifications of quantum mechanics that we've found to explain psi phenomena, I mean, then that may, you know, rapidly exceed the intelligence of your initial AGI on a digital computer network.
Did you share a great source for the morphic resonance? I have some very intelligent friends who don't believe in stuff they can't touch. They're more in the scientific realm, but they're, I'll believe it when I see it realm. But there's great data, like you mentioned, the dogs go into the doors faster. I heard a story of horses will pass the word along in a barn that the vet's coming, and the reason is that they're hiding. But how did they know that the vet was coming? Because the horses aren't using a shared language to share this information across a barn, but somehow they're all hiding when the vet arrives. Is there a good resource to show somebody to kind of open their mind
if
to these high phenomena?
If you look at the website of Rupert Sheldrake, who is the guy who invented the notion of morphic resonance, he has a large number of books and papers on this. He also had a chapter in the book I edited, The Evidence for Psi, which reviewed some of his work. So I mean, I was a real skeptic of this stuff for a while. Even after having direct experiences of it, I discounted my own experience because it didn't seem to match the scientific worldview that I had. Then after just reading a whole lot of data tables and looking at a lot of experiments, then going and talking to the researchers, I'm like, well, actually, okay, this data is annoying and complicated and it's not perfect, but science is often like that. And on the other hand, why actually was I completely dismissing an experience and like writing it off as what, temporary insanity or something, right? Because once you set aside like materialist dogma, this shit actually happens all the time, and the majority of people in the world actually know it. And the fact that science doesn't give us a solid explanation yet isn't because the phenomena aren't there. I mean, it's because science isn't complete, and that's well known. Like every 50 years, physics completely throws out its foundations and revolutionizes itself, right? So the science that the first AGI discovers is going to be way, way, way beyond what we're thinking now. So that all the ideas we have now are going to seem archaic, the way that the physics of the ancient Greeks seems to us now, or something.
See, that's amazing to me when I think about the future. I'm open to a future where I know even less than I do now, and the world's a lot bigger right now. This reminds me kind of like the idea of a DMT trip, right? It's like the level of consciousness during that time it's really difficult to explain to someone in a normal state. And if right now we're at the cockroach level, and that's like an advanced, let's say the AGI level in the future, what on earth is life going to be like if that like becomes like the norm, like that state of consciousness of being in a DMT trip?
Well, that's this interesting and sobering thought, right? So if you take DMT, you're in a universe of infinitely greater intelligence, pattern, wisdom, knowledge, then like you're back in your stupid old human body with all your constraints and concerns, and that there was or is this domain so close, which is so much more informative and rich and patterned and so much deeper, and that you can't get there with your current mind structure. Either that or that delusion has been implanted in your brain, right? And then it's quite hard to know what to do with that while existing within this space-time continuum, right? Because it gives you a different view of your life, but it's not easily actionable knowledge, right? Now, if that level of intelligence that you experience in a DMT trip, if that level of intelligence is like there in your virtual assistant on your smartphone or something, I mean, you still can't understand what the fuck it is, right? I mean, you still can't mind meld with it within your human form, even if you could use, the inventions or answers to questions that it spat out. So you're going to have a choice, like fuse your mind with that incomprehensible transhuman superintelligence, thus losing everything you hold dear, like yourself and will and your attachments to everything, and just plunging into something much broader and larger, which will make all your current loves and passions and concerns seem irrelevant, right? Like specks among so many other specks. Or remain in current human form or some slightly upgraded version, benefiting from some of the fruits of the super intelligences, but never really comprehending them, right? And I mean, in a way, that may be the same position that we're in right now, but it will be a lot more explicit in that sort of circumstance. Like maybe there's a button on your phone, you can push it, and all of a sudden you're vaporized and you become one with the hypercomputing supermind, right?
Yeah. Do you think it'll be possible in the future to bring back geniuses from the past? So like Mozart, I love Mozart's music. Is it going to be possible to take his music, take some of his biographies, put them all together, and then recreate an AI, and then maybe take psychedelics with that AI, and then have him play, some Mozart music?
My guess would be probably, yeah. Like you have the constraint of being a human brain that created that music. In a way, there's probably only one human brain and body that would have created exactly that corpus of music. So a sufficiently intelligent AGI system should be able to reverse engineer what would have been the one brain that would create exactly that music. So yeah, we can all jam with Mozart, Hendrix, and Thelonious Monk all at once, right? Huh?
That would be an amazing drum circle to hang out with.
Yeah. I guess we need Billy Cobham on drums. I mean, you can sculpt whatever you want, right? I mean,
now for the computing power for this, I know you said in past interviews it's between like 5 and 15 years away, stuff like that. Do you think quantum computing is going to be necessary? Because
I don't think it will be necessary, but I think it will be very cool, right? I mean, I think
very cool because it's going to be like almost 0 degrees, almost absolute zero.
It may not be by the time we get something that works well, right? I mean, yeah, but some versions are like that.
I mean, that's crazy to me. You got these computers that are almost absolute zero, and that's the temperature they run at. And then that to me is just astounding to keep an environment that cold.
Yeah, but I mean, given that most computing is done on server farms now, it's not like you need the liquid helium on your desk or in your pocket, right? So, but yeah, I think that my best intuition at the moment is that we can get human level AGI on purely digital computers without needing quantum computing. On the other hand, clearly there's some parts of cognition that quantum computers will be able to do much, much better than digital computers, right? So, I mean, I think, again, maybe that's part of the journey from AGI to ASA, artificial superintelligence. And it might be that AGI is what figures out how to make really good use of quantum computers. Because right now, I mean, quantum computing hardware is still early stage, but there's also the issue that we don't know that many quantum computing algorithms yet. It's just hard for the human brain to figure out algorithms that leverage the unique capabilities of quantum computers, because we're not quantum thinkers, right? But if you have an AGI that has direct sensors at the quantum level, that AGI will have the same intuitive feel for the quantum world that we do for the world of like sticks and rocks and stuff that we're able to directly sense and interact with. So
wow.
Yeah, then that AGI may figure out how to leverage quantum computing way better than we can, write new quantum computing algorithms to fuel the next level of its software. And that's where you're getting the hard takeoff from the AGI to the super AI.
And are you familiar with Paul Stamets' work and his work with mycelium and the intelligence below the ground?
No, actually, I'm not.
So Paul Stamets is an expert. He's actually speaking. I think he's speaking on Wednesday. He's devoted his life's work to the power of the mushroom and the power of the mushroom to regrow new brain cells. So he talks about lion's mane. He talks some about psilocybin. He talks about the DEA trying to set him up and arrest him and him foiling their plans. But he talks about the research of connecting mycelium is the largest organism in the world because it's underground and some of it's like single cell thin, but right. It's many square miles underneath the earth. It's one organism. And he said when they I don't know how this was done. You'll probably have a better idea than I do. Basically, they were able to connect to the intelligence of this mycelium that's massive underneath the ground, but that's very, very primitive. Because and what they did was they were ask it to route itself around like London, or design the London tubes in a certain way. And basically it did it in a more effective way than the best humans and or computers were able to do it. It was a physical problem of solving geography and routing traffic, something like that. And the mushroom, the mycelium, was able to do it more effectively than the humans or the humans plus computers.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
Is that cool?
I will be curious to see that. I mean, I know there's DNA computing, which is more artificial and is currently very slow. And there's also fascinating research on the collective cognition in bacterial colonies, right? So I mean, there's a lot of intelligence in seemingly simple biology systems, and maybe in our own like gut microbiomes even
Yeah.
right? So there's a lot more intelligence in many parts of the universe than we can perceive. Now, if you wanted to go all Terence McKenna, you would somehow associate the problem solving capability of the mycelium with the psychedelic, activity of the mushroom. But of course,
But
we can't quite make that connection on
No.
the science level yet. But it's all thought provoking. Yeah.
How important do you think, so psychedelics are going to become legal probably in the next 20 years. In Denver, psilocybin is decriminalized. So we're moving in that
Yeah.
direction. How important do you think psychedelics and understanding psychedelics to use them to facilitate creativity and problem solving? How important do you think that's going to be in the future, especially with something as visionary as AI? I mean, you had the vision years ago when people thought you were crazy talking about AI. Now people are taking you seriously, but that's a visionary thing to project out in the future 30, 40, 50 years and say, it's going to look like this. People are going to have a computer in their pocket. They're going to work from their home. And
if somehow our society and culture doesn't screw it up, then psychedelics have amazing potential to, bring out the love and compassion and collective positivity and creativity of humanity. So that could be a critical aspect that guides us toward a positive technological singularity, rather than toward a technological singularity that's great for the emerging supermind, but not so great for most humans, right? Now, of course, like any complex thing, psychedelics could be used in positive or negative ways, right? So we have to see how it actually develops within culture. But because I've seen psychedelics used for control and oppression on certain occasions, as well as used for creativity and opening of minds. But yeah, I think if it's done right and the culture incorporates it the right way, I mean, that could end up being a critical factor in guiding the singularity in a positive direction.
if you were speaking to someone not recommending psychedelics, but someone who wanted to learn more, for example, my parents, when I shared some things with them, they became much more open to the idea that, these things that they were told for their whole lives were evil and dangerous and, ungodly and, connected with really, really awful things. But instead, these are actually like a tool of creativity. A lot of really smart people use them in Silicon Valley to do problem solving. A lot of artists use them for inspiration, and these are just a great way to connect with yourself and connect with consciousness. But without expressly giving any recommendations for using psychedelics, what would you say to somebody who, let's say a baby boomer generation who's curious about the use of psychedelics to create new neural connections, have new experiences, or just turn up the volume on their life with open up these new pathways? What information do you think would be valuable for them to know about psychedelics and the brain?
I don't have a good book recommendation on the tip of my tongue. Maybe you do, actually. Huh?
I don't have a book on it. I just you're a very smart person. You have experiences with people who may have ventured here. I'm just trying to understand what would be And what would someone need to hear to understand that these could be it
I
could be
mean,
good, bad,
I
but
think,
could be a good tool.
a couple books that influenced me a lot on this, which are, whether they're the best thing to recommend to this or that person, I don't know, but Stan Grof's work on LSD psychotherapy in the 1960s was really, really interesting. And I mean, he was before LSD was made illegal in 66, the year I was born. I mean, he was using LSD in psychotherapy with schizophrenic, bipolar, alcoholic, all sorts of people with amazing positive impact. And he sort of recorded all this with scientific precision, but also tied it in with Jungian archetypes and various spiritual phenomena. That was then Terence McKenna's book, Food of the Gods, is an interesting introduction. I mean, it's not as crazy and exploratory as some of his writing. Basically, he's going through how drugs and mind-altering substances, from beer to coffee to cocaine to psychedelics, have shaped humanity through its whole history, right? And they've been a key part of how our modern state of consciousness evolved, and the symbiosis between our bodies and these mind-altering substances is really part of who we are as a culture. And I think, Terence's book, Food of the Gods, makes that point in a pretty clear way, even though some of Terence McKenna's other writings I would not recommend as introductory, as he could go pretty far out there. I mean I love it, but you have to take it in the right way.
Yeah, totally. Can I ask you a question about Go, the game Go? So I was so amazed that I heard that you were able to create a supercomputer or machine or program that was able to like play Go when it has almost like infinite possibilities. Can you talk a little bit about that? So
well, that wasn't me who did that. That was Google DeepMind who did that. So, which was cool. I mean, that's wasn't your son involved in the project? Am I misremembering that? I had nothing at all to do with that project. Yeah. Okay.
So
I did admire and appreciate it, like you and everyone else. I mean, it's very cool. I mean, it really, AlphaGo played Go vastly better than any human being, and did it in a very different way than any human being, right? So, it's not conceptually thinking. It's iterating through a massive number of possibilities and simulating many billions of games to learn patterns of what are winning strategies. But what's cool is it takes approaches that no human ever would have thought to do. Like, it does things that look completely ridiculous and stupid, and then it wins, and you're like scratching your heads to analyze like how the hell did it do that, right? So it is quite fascinating. I mean, I think the AI approach there definitely exploits the fact that it's like a 19 by 19 world. Like you can't take that kind of approach to solve problems in like politics or supply chain or war or something, because the game board is too big, right? But so I'm not sure AlphaGo is on the path to AGI, but it's incredible. Yeah, I mean that blew the minds of every Korean person. Like that single-handedly made the country of Korea embrace AI and made them allocate huge funding to it because it was a Korean guy, Lee Sedol, who was beaten by AlphaGo.
Okay. Because it was thought that Go had so many moves, it was impossible to do AI with, versus chess. There's a finite number, right, each turn. But Go, there's almost not an infinite, but there's a very large
not an infinite number, right? I mean, it's more than chess, but it's not as many as in everyday life, right? And so the computers got faster and faster, and new algorithms were developed. And it does need different approaches. Go needs a different approach than chess, but I think everyday human life will need a different approach than either Go or chess from an AI perspective.
Fascinating. This has been so great. Is there anything else you want to share? You talked a fair amount about psi, and you mentioned psychedelics. Is there anything else that we didn't cover or you didn't share on that you wanted to
No,
touch?
I think I mean, there's a lot of things we didn't cover, but we've gone over a lot of fascinating ground, and it's fun to talk about this stuff from some different angles than the sort of pure computer science algorithm blockchain approach I'm usually taking. So I've not nearly as good a time as if I'd been to Camp Mystic face to face, I'm sure.
Do you have any intention to come to Burning Man next year?
Yeah, maybe I will. You know, bizarrely, I've never been to Burning Man. I've just been living overseas most of the time. It's been a long way away. Although I lived in Nevada when Burning Man started, and I was too lazy to drive up from Vegas to the game.
You know, your hat you'd fit right in with Burning Man.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of Burning Man type experiences and other festivals and stuff, but yeah, I've got to make it to Burning Man eventually.
Yeah, I'd be honored to host you. Our camp, we only allow people to come in who have been vetted by another camp member, and I'd love to sponsor you for if you wanted to come, or if you just want to come hang out. It'd be great to see you. This is one of our psychedelic pieces of art that one of our camp members helped. He commissioned it and helped design it. And so our camp is a mixture of art and music and transformational talks like this. You know, Burning Man's kind of like the DMT trip in that, you know, it's a short period of time and you get so much, you get such a big download, and you're like, well, shit, what the hell do I do with all this? Right? I mean, you go to 5 workshops a day, and then, you know, you go out at night and you have some amazing conversations. Then you go back to what we call the default world. It's like, well, what do I do with all that? I mean, you know, there's so much to receive in such a short period of time. If you're interested in Paul Stamets' talk, the mushroom expert, he's at 11 a.m. PST on Wednesday. Okay. And so you can check it here, or you can log into one of the other different one of the universes, the Mystic Verse, Infinite Playa. I would start with those two, but each one of them has a different take on how to experience Burning Man virtually, which is going to be really cool. It's not just going to be a bunch of rooms. You're actually going to be like driving around a bicycle in the dust, and you'll see a giant structure, and then you'll go like check it out and see, wow, someone put some giant hands here in the middle of the desert. And then you go hop on an art car that spits fire, and you'll be playing music and people will be dancing. So there'll be a way to experience it in all these different universes that are available right now.
Cool. I will check it out. All right. Yeah.
Fabulous. Ben, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your expertise, and thank you for what you're doing in the world. A couple of years ago, I was afraid of the AI of AGI because I was like, "Who is this going to be? The Matrix, right? That's the thought, right? Is this going to be the Matrix where we're just batteries to these computers?" And listening to your talks and getting a deeper understanding of it, I have much more confidence, much more faith that we can breed compassion, and that that AGI can be a great service to humanity and really free up a lot of our energy so we can have more joy and love and happiness in the world, and less pain, and also greater creativity. And so, thank you for helping unplug me from that fear matrix into the possibility matrix.
All right. Well, thanks for inviting me, and thanks for all your questions. It's been some cool give and take. So I will definitely see you at the physical Camp Mystic one of these years before too long, anyway. So yeah.
Fabulous. Look forward to it. Thanks so much, Ben.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.